Does it work now? Okay. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? It is Friday. Today is Friday in California. Uh-huh. Shoot! Okay. How's everybody doing? How predictable of you to get on right now? Do you do you want me to be less predictable? I mean, I can leave if you want. That's Saturday. It is not Saturday. What an odd thing to say. NASA needs a Dan Campbell. Go line, dude. That game was sick. That was a good game. I have a good idea. Take the day off again. I, no, I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that today. No, I'm okay. All right. Jokes aside, I stopped the stream yesterday because Bree wasn't feeling too well. Um, and I wanted to watch the Lions game. I just did it at RB Gamer's expense. And you know what? I'm not sorry, and it was worth it. Yeah, there it is. How's she doing? Bree's fine. Just a couple day thing, dude. But she she took Titan out, and we have like a front step, right? Like the door, two steps down, ground. Titan ran off because he saw a bunny, and so yeah, I wanted to make sure Bree was all right. She's good. Everything is good. Why does carbon dioxide have a higher specific heat than nitrogen? Because it's more stuff. It's more stuff. Takes longer to heat up more stuff. Right? Feels like a very Stationeers question. Can we still blame RB? You can always blame RB in here. SLS is the Gomer pile of rockets. Dude, I was thinking about everything that I said yesterday. And, you know, I'll be real with you, dudes. It might go the way of the dodo. Like, it's possible. I don't want that to happen, but I think, like, just in case, we might want to mentally prepare yourself if that happened. That would suck. It would suck. It wouldn't be nice, but what's this Garage 54 nonsense? What are they doing? Nice. I mean, it would suck, dudes. It would not be a good time. But like, I've talked about what I think needs to happen. I've talked about what I think Rook's gonna do, what I think Jared's gonna do in there. Uh, and I can't help it. I can't get it out of the back of my mind. Like, you know, I might not like what Eric Berger has to say, but like his sources are usually good. Like they're usually good, man. I can't ignore objective reality, like but okay, so I was thinking about this and I'll load up Satisfactory while we're waiting. I was thinking about um just everything and how this goes down. Okay, so let's play off the notion that SLS does get the axe. What do you do? Uh, I would immediately want to leverage commercial. Like as much commercial partners as possible. Who, in reality, could we piece together an Artemis program out of the commercial market? Obviously, Starship. Yeah, obviously. Duh. Who else? New Glenn. Obviously, Blue. Definitely Blue. ULA could get a piece of the pie. Vulcan could do some work. Rocket Lab with Neutron could come around. Firefly with MLV. But those ones are kind of still up in the air because those vehicles don't fly. But then again, neither does New Glenn. But I would say if you think that New Glenn isn't going to fly at this point, you've been living under a rock. You know? Pop quiz, hot shot. SLS gets the axe. What do? Shoot the hostage. Take him out of the equation. Such a good movie. I think, you know, it's doable. It's doable. So it's doable. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it would suck. That would suck if SLS did get the axe, but it is doable. It's not going to be like canceling Constellation, which was a catastrophically bad mistake, but it's doable. Like, it's not the end of the world. It would be definitely a bad blow. That's really loud. Why did that end up being so loud? How about there? You shoot the little girl holding the quantum mechanics book in the middle of the night surrounded by aliens. She's up to no good. Those books are way too advanced for her. Do you think the guy that canceled Constellation regrets his decision? I don't know. Probably not. But anyway, this is the... I can't click on this. Oh, there we go. This is the part 38 of building out the Pillar of Autumn. I just don't understand how they would get the Mississippi and Louisiana reps on board with canceling it. Yeah, Joe, that's really what my first and foremost opinion about this is. Like, I don't think you can get enough people to agree that commercial is good enough. I really don't. Why did it do this again? Oh my goodness. This computer's about donezo, dudes. It's been a good run. We gotta start speccing out a new one. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Holy ball, what is that? It's the reactor. It's the reactor core. Or at least one of them. No, Nova, no. I'll take care of it. I'll probably build one. Yeah, I'll probably build one. Yeah, building this thing sucked. That was not fun. It was a lot of work, but damn, is it rewarding. Look at that thing. Is this still going to be done by Christmas? Probably not. Probably not. It is good, though. It's a pretty... Like, we've made some pretty damn good progress over the last couple of months. Jim, I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm worried I'm boring people. Yep. I'm worried people are starting to get bored of it. A poll? Yeah. Polls aren't really going to get me at the information that I'm looking for, Dean, because the people that are bored of it aren't watching. So the people that are here are obviously going to vote for it because they're here, because they're here and they wanted to see it. I wouldn't be mad at Workers Monday again. Yep. That is pretty sick. I actually haven't seen this thing from far away. Thanks, Misko. I appreciate it. Oh, I won't get burnt out on it, J-Speed. I'll see it through. Sure, absolutely. It's just... Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I'll see it through, sure. I just want to make sure I'm not boring people. That's all. Because my eventual goal, like, full disclosure, guys, I've been working on this project not necessarily to get viewers, right? Like, that's, you know, like, you work on this project to get viewers. I'm working on this project because it would be really nice. I want to, you know, we have the YouTube stream up and running, but how cool would it be to do a showcase video and just put that on YouTube, showcasing the entire project, so anybody can go and look at it whenever they want, right? That would not only would that make it, like, you know, obviously you guys here watching the streams can enjoy it, but, you know, I can grind it out, finish the dang thing, and then still reap the benefits of a YouTube video showcasing it. You can still reap the benefits of the, of this project, you know? It can live on. It's not like, you know, mission mode before, like, we all know about the SSTO pad, but there's no, like, showcase video of it, you know? It's beast, dude. I recommend getting the basic frame and shape finish, then reducing the number of Satisfactory segments to 2 to 3 times a week. Variety is good. Yeah, exactly. You gotta cross-pollinate. You can't just, unless the numbers are there, you can't grind out streams like this. I can. Well, I mean, I'd like to be fair, I can, but Derail is fun, and I actually really enjoyed playing it. I would like to play it more. And then, obviously, I want to play more Workers. I want to attempt to build a Rouge plant in Workers because I'm weird. You have an editor to cut something together. Yeah, I'll take care of it. She's a beast, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, we gotta see this project through. But that's my goal. To put it into a YouTube vid, a showcase YouTube vid, and, you know, reap the benefits of that eventually. That's why I gave myself not a lot of time to get it done, because I wanted to grind it out. She's a monster, dude. Look at that thing. Exactly, Jens. That's the idea. Mm-hmm. Oh, that thing's a monster. Yeah, we gotta finish it. We have to. What's the ball for? It's the reactor. Or one of the power plants. So, Bazov, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a nuclear power plant, couple of nuclear power plant reactors in there. In the reactor shell. And the ship will actually generate power. That's the idea. In case nobody else mentioned it, if you build 10 gift trees, they stop falling sporadically from the sky. I actually think it's funny because it's, they're all just collecting in the flame trench. Yeah, third-person air time-lapse would have been a good idea. But, yeah, I mean, this is my first attempt at doing something nutty like this, Goalie, so... There's gifts everywhere. They're all over. Demolish it, start over. No. So... yeah, that's the idea. So, Pokey, I think you might have the right idea. Let's, maybe like Monday, Friday, we switch up games, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we belt out Satisfactory and Space News. I think that's the schedule we should do. With that being said, we have to build another reactor ball. This is reactor 2. There's 2 of them. We need to build reactor 1 up there. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. And it might be high time to either A, start filling stuff in, or B, start giving it some, at least a little bit of armor plating, and then painting it too. Yeah, Kelly, it's cool. Speaking of, good luck. I think we'll be hearing a lot of Doomer takes tonight. Yeah, it's fine. Have you tried any filling techniques yet? Yeah! Yeah, I have. Cool, yeah. Obviously, for flat sides, you can use walls. Easy peasy. That is the filling technique that I've come up with. This. Just fill it in with beams. Paint the beams a different color. From far away, from up close, it looks a little strange, but from far away, it looks fine. There's no problem. Yeah, Lego. She's a beast. Yeah, blue player. And if we take them and make them go in different directions, like grain, it'll look like armor plating. Like have the beams go diagonal across this piece right here, or diagonal across that piece, and then diagonal this way and that way. Like it'll look like armor plating. Like I'm not worried about that. What is this? It's insane. What is this build? BB, this is a, if you've ever played Halo, this is the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. I want to build my factory inside of this because I'm a little bit of a masochist, I guess. Hey, Chief. Yeah, here, let me back out so you can see it. It's kind of hard to see it at night here. Let's, I need to go down there and get more steel anyway. So, I was just down there, but we'll go down there again. Yeah, it's, I'm building it, and I built its dry dock, too. Its dry dock obviously isn't finished, but the flame trench and everything for it is. You sound worried about it. No, Dean, I'm just gauging reactions. How are you, buddy? The weekend's just started. I'm alright, Chief. Yeah. Yeah, here, let me, oh, wait, we gotta visit the Titans. Hello? Hello, Titans, yes. Explosives, thank you. Rubber. Turbo motors! Sweet. Thank you, Titans. How long did it take to build this? I've been at this project for about a month. Give or take. Actually, you know what? I haven't checked how many tickets we've sank in here. Oh. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's a coupon. Excuse me. How many coupons do we have? 43. All right. How's the real Titan doing? All right. Yeah, real Titan is just fine. Titan Prime. Hey, Raiden. Do you have a YouTube? I'm streaming on my YouTube channel right now. EJSA1. You know what? I'll keep the turbo motors for the archives. How many turbo motors do I have from just Doug? Oh. 76. Nice. Yeah, I need 2 more. Have you installed the tractor beam? No. I learned why Shift 4 is called Shift 4. Well, yeah. About making them dollars, dude. There you go. Yeah, baby. Not picking up the present? I'm enjoying the ambiance of the presents. It's pretty sick, dude. So what you're saying is dollar, 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 dollar bills, y'all. Yep. That's exactly it. Okay, so we got our steel. We got our presents from the Titans. Let's roll. Hey man, planning to start the game. Any tips? Is it worthwhile? Hey, legendary. Is it legendary? Yeah, okay. All right, cool. I see what you're doing with your name. Yeah, dude, Satisfactory is amazing. It's a really fun game to play. Really chill. Just a good game that kind of gets the gears turning up here. Yeah, I enjoy it. You don't need to build a crazy, ridiculous project like me, like this. You just build a factory and have some fun. Now, with that all being said, Ledge, you want any game? You want a tip? Okay, here's the big one. This is for any factory building game. Or, I mean, any time where you're trying to do a project or anything. Like, that has to do with industry or whatever, right? Okay, there's a really important thing to understand here. So in Satisfactory, you build factories, and those factories produce goods. Okay, those goods you send up your space elevator. I'm not saying why, you just do. Okay? You are needed to do that. Now, an important thing to understand is that this is the big one. You can't optimize a factory that does not exist. Okay? So what does that mean in the context of Satisfactory? In the context of Satisfactory, you don't want to sit there and say, oh, I need this much equipment to produce this thing so I can produce this thing so I can produce this thing, and then try to figure out, sit there and crunch numbers all day. Then you're just playing around with spreadsheets, essentially. That's not playing the game. Build something. And then try to make it more efficient. Make something first. Because you'll get stuck in analysis paralysis in a game like this if you don't. That's the best tip I can give you, dude. Also, don't try to do this. This is... Yeah. I get paid to be crazy, okay? Can we install some lights on the frame? Oh. I mean, we could. Thanks. How many hours are you in? I have 500 hours on another save. And then this one is at 221. My real thing that I wanted to keep going with is figuring out a way to tie the... How are we going to tie the... this thing... the reactor, tie it in structurally to the octo, because right now it's just kind of in 3D space, sitting next to the octogrids. This build is getting seriously impressive. Thanks, man. Hi, Syrian. It should be free floating. The big red beams are holding it. So where do we put the big red beams? I gotta bring my Pillar of Autumn reference of like 150 freaking tabs open here. Well, we know there's a frame right at the beginning of hull segment 5, which is where the lower reactor is, and then we know there's one at the end of hull segment 5.
Discovery, go
Excuse
and drive
me,
up.
65 months over here thinking it's cool. What's up, man? Hey, Bio. I mean, the red beam holding this right here is probably, I mean, we could just put it on the center. It's epic, man. I've been so busy. This build's coming along nicely. Yeah. All right. We'll start there. Oh no. Yeah, probably. Hey, Rick. What's up, man? Echo, the Haloverse is one of your favorites. The Autumn is a classic. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's why I'm doing it, because I like Halo. You know what? Hang on. We need to get the soundtrack going. Soundtrack's fair to play. Give me one moment. There we go. Oh, that one may have been a little short. It only shows 2 red beams. Do I think there's a third reactor? No. No. Probably a slip space drive. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. It's a little loud. I don't want to talk about it, B0. What is that, Bree? Oh yeah, I watched that, dude. Yeah. That they didn't show the whole thing last night, huh? I don't... Where are you getting a third reactor from, Raiden? I really don't... I've never heard anything about a third one. A third red beam at the reactor. Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about, man? Okay, sorry, just making sure you saw it. I saw it, dude. I don't want to talk about it, man. Like, yeah, I just don't. You know? It hurts. How many hours deep? About 220. I'm putting in the frames here for the reactor. Now you have to guesstimate the position of the beam from the diagram. Dude, it's right here. It's center lined on this reactor. That's where it is. Yeah, that's where it is. I'm like pretty dang sure. So there's a red beam here. There's a red beam. There's another one. Let me look. Is the third reactor in the room with us right now? That's the back. This is the back of the ship. So the third red beam needs to be like right here. I would assume it's right. This is it right here. Like it's in this kind of crevasse right here. What? There's no beam at the reactor. That's what I meant. Where do you get that third beam from? I just don't understand, Raiden. I still, like, that's not centerlined on that because that reactor's forward, like I'm telling you. The reactors are staggered, man. That's the only way this design canonically makes sense. So this one, that beam right there would be going through, it would be centerlined on the lower reactor. It would be holding the center of that, which structurally makes sense. Because the other reactor is up there somewhere, for whatever reason. You went with the staggered design? Well, I haven't yet, but... I think the staggered design is what... I mean, I don't know. I think it's what makes sense. Why would they build two different engines? I don't know. But... basically full pace, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that, like I said, Raiden, by that logic, the reactor, give me 1 second. I don't know, power demands? Maybe one reactor is coupled to the max, so it needs to be bigger? I don't know, dude. I don't have the answer. It's just the way this looks. I don't think that's, you know, you keep saying like, oh, it's an optical illusion. It doesn't look like that to me. Like, it looks like that's where the reactors are. And by that logic, there's the first red beam is right here. Going through that one, but not that one, which is what it does right there. Right? And then the second one is right here. At the very back end of the ship. Right there. You can actually, like, this is what I mean. It's in this crevasse right here. You can see it. It separates there for some reason. I mean, just probably an aesthetic decision, but... I don't know, Victory, maybe. I mean, we could always just take creative liberties and just do that. And then have the red beam... That makes the red beam just holding both of the reactors, which makes... That makes sense. Sure. The staggered design makes it easier to access the top and bottom facilities. I'm still convinced the upper engine isn't below the racetrack. The artist for the cutout got it flat wrong. The perspective doesn't fit either. Could be either one, dude. That's what, I mean... But, yeah, if that's the case, this thing, the other one would be right here. It would be right over this cargo bay, or right in that cargo bay. It's... They took creative liberties with it, right? But see, like, yeah, and if you look at this design, right? See the back of this open hold, and then there's the cutout, right? That looks like it fits right there. Now, you don't have that kind of guide for the top. You just have the cutout up here, which suggests that this reactor is back there somewhere. If you're lining it up with the cutouts and everything. I really don't mind doing either one. Either one makes sense. The staggered design makes sense with all the pictures, though, that we have. You know? Yeah, I think staggered looks cool. I mean, you have the Mac up here. There's no way that that reactor is coupled to the Mac, so it makes sense that this reactor can produce a lot more. You know, because the cannon is up there. Just food for thought. But then again, it doesn't make sense slaving one reactor to the Mac, because what if that what if the reactor blows up, then your cannon goes down? Why wouldn't you put two of them, build two of them with a coupling to it? Right? That's called a mission kill? What is victory? The other thing to take into account is that the Mac is up here, so you might need more thrust. This engine might need to make more thrust than the other one. It is offset in design, so I don't know. But that wouldn't explain a longer back piece to the engine. You would just have a bigger reactor. Yeah. Oh, mission kill when a vessel loses its ability to carry out its primary mission. Yep. I'll go with, you know what? I like the staggered, but one over the other looks right. You wouldn't. It doesn't matter. You know, building the reactors on top of each other would look, I think that would look cool. And it makes sense with that the red beam would be holding the reactors, right? That doesn't make sense. You don't have any structure built around your reactor. What's holding your reactor in place? I like the idea of having these big frames holding the reactor in place. I think that would look cooler. So, despite the drawing, we'll take some creative liberties. The other thing I'm taking into account, guys, that gives us more space to build a factory in this upper part of hull segment 4. Gives us more space to build a factory. I want to be as faithful as possible, but we also have our own expectations of, you know, putting a factory in this thing. Wait, you can build factories in this game? Yeah. Shut up. All right, that's the decision. I'm not thinking about it anymore. We're going with it. Let me keep building. Hey, Iggy. Pillar of Autumn. Cool. You got any plans other than this drawing? I have a 3D model of the ship from the game, dude. That's definitely helping, Debs. But yeah, it's just what you see from the video games, what we see from the drawings, couple of pictures, and the 3D model. Yeah, we've been there. You believe it or not, it's enough. With the lore from the books, it's enough. You can reasonably map out the structure of this ship within, like, even taking some creative liberties. You could still figure out the design or get a very good idea. Yeah, which is good. So let me find the position of this one. 657, 653 minus 657.653. Now they're on top of each other. There we go. Add selected objects. Transparency. Okay, cool. Now they're both in position. Yeah, I don't mind that either. It gives me tons of space here to build the factory inside, which is good. That's what we want. Now, where does that put the slip space drive? I would say the slip space drive is right here. It's probably between them, if I had to guess. Build 3 reactors and stagger them. I clicked on Satisfactory and came into mechanical engineering. What the? Gotta have blueprints for what I'm trying to make. EJ, you're obviously very knowledgeable. What book would you recommend for learning rockets and aerospace engineering? Rocket Propulsive Elements, RPE by George Sutton. I'm building my factory into a spaceship, Machine Alchemy. A spaceship from Halo. Because I think in U5 you can build, you could get, like with Satisfactory 1.0, you can get away with building big. Because it's an Unreal 5. So, they said you can make your factory into anything. So I made my factory, I want to make my factory into a spaceship. That help? But one does not simply build a 1 kilometer long ship from a drawing. This is a ship from Halo. It's from the Halo series. The Pillar of Autumn is the ship from Halo 1 and Halo Reach, right? And I may or may not have gotten the model from Halo Reach, and I'm using that as a blueprint and a template to figure out where everything is. How else are you gonna build this? Right? Like, that's why it looks like you click on the stream, you're like, this is not satisfactory. No, it's not. This is, though. Are you an actual engineer? No. I just play one on Twitch. I'm a STEM streamer, dude. I teach people about rockets and engineering, but I'm not an engineer. I'm a 3D artist by trade, if you really want to know. So I can use CAD systems and make it look like, I'm an engineer. Fool a lot of people, but I don't try to, you know. But I try to, like, when I play video games, dude, I try to, like, okay, you remember, like, I don't know how old you are, Machine, right? Like, but you remember in high school, if you haven't gone to high school yet, don't worry about this. But if you have, like, people are like, oh, I'm never gonna use this math ever. Well, no, you will. You know how much geometry I've used to figure this stupid thing out? It's a lot. I'm a data scientist. I use this stuff all the time. Oh, okay. So you're, dude, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So what I try to do is I try to show people, like, look, you could freehand this, or you could use math to figure it out. Use math to figure it out. Makes it easier. Makes it look better. Doesn't take that much more effort. That's what I try to do, dude. I try to play games where I can show people, like, look, you could use math to do this. Like, it's easy. It's not hard, you know? We're gonna learn a new thing today. It's called math, and without it, none of us would exist. But yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, so this is a big old nerdy stream. Oh yeah, we I have my nerd card. It's right here, actually, if you want to see it. Yep, here's my nerd card. See? Card carrying. Multipass. Multi-pass! She knows it's a multi-pass, alright? Anyway, we're in love. Chet knows it's a multi-pass, alright? But yeah, that's what I'm doing, man. So yeah, you're not gonna see, like, conventional Satisfactory play in here. At least not yet, at least. Nerd! Yep, guilty. Beating, what's up, dude? Anyway, EJ in chat, you just got married. That good. Congratulations. Screw conventional. We bootstrap this stuff. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Wait, we got married to EJ? I don't. No. Only room for one ring. One ring.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
To rule them all. Sorry. Edgecott reminded me of the spirograph. All right, so we'll do one reactor on top of the other, and we'll go from there. There is something I do need to check we need to check to make sure our vehicle corridor goes to the translite engines. Okay, nerd speak incoming. Big nerd speak. So, in Halo, in the Halo series, in the Halo games, you can remove your slipspace engine. You can remove your lightspeed engine. It's an easily removable subassembly. There's 2 instances in Halo lore where they've done this. Spirit of Fire in Halo Wars, and they take the slipspace drive out of the frigate in Halo Reach and do slipspace things with it hot rodded to a Pelican, which is pretty cool. Except for the last part. That part sucked. But so what I'm saying is this vehicle corridor that we've engineered here that goes to the docking bays, right? This needs to be able to have a straight shot at the slipspace drive. So it needs to go right to the engineering bay. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the main engineering bay is somewhere like right here, right where I am. You know, it'd probably be logical. It would probably be logical to think that it's, you know, near the reactors. Now, we do know from the games that there is a substation engineering bay up here somewhere. There's forward engineering and then there's main engineering. Forward engineering is up here. You see forward engineering in the games. I'm not saying where and why. I know that's spoilers on a 20-year-old game. There's a lot of younger kids here that haven't played Halo. Play Halo. It's a good game. Really fun story. There's only one, and it ain't Return of the King. It's Return of the Jedi. So, I just need to make sure that that vehicle corridor doesn't intersect with the reactor, and it does not. Cool. Excellent. Gareth, you're having fun building a plan for a desk for our youngest. All but 2 surfaces are on angles from 15 degrees to 75 degrees. We'll have sound-activated RGB, LEDs, pop-up sockets, and wireless chargers built in. Oh, that's sick, man. Extend the corridor all the way. I don't think we should extend the corridor the entire way. I just needed to check for clearance, because I don't know where the engineering bay starts, Raiden, to be honest with you. The other thing that we have to take into account is the power harness. Right now, my harness of the ship is just these temporary beams. Anytime you see a beam, Raiden, you know this, but anybody else, anytime you see a beam with an orange beam with a cable on top of it that's kind of halfway through another beam like that, it's kind of like cleviced to another beam, that's temporary. Anything that's painted is permanent. There is still a lot of temporary stuff that I haven't finalized yet, but see these beams that are kind of crossed through? Those are carrying my electrical power right now, and those are, we have to get rid of them eventually. So we need to figure out where our main power harness goes and how that kind of branches out into the rest of the ship.
Discovery,
that is also another important thing. We're gonna have to do utility corridors. Now, Raiden, if I was gonna put my finger on it, I would say that there's probably a main utility corridor underneath your main vehicle corridor right here. And that probably goes right to main engineering, right? It probably goes, hold up. Give me 1 second. That's Launch Base 7. That corridor, that power corridor, probably goes right to here. Right to this room. But then again, well, this is carrying hot stuff. Bonk. Okay, why would you carry the hot stuff all the way to the front of the ship? And why would we have these, I think they call them thermal couplings in game? Why would we have thermal couplings up here? You know what? Hang on. We can figure this out. We gotta listen to what Cortana says. So, okay. Give me 1 second. Mute this. Gonna be some spoilers here. Maybe it's just mood lighting. She is. You leave home for a couple of days, and this is what happens. Do you know how strong this ship needs to be able to crash onto the surface of a planet and be relatively intact? It makes sense that the ship structurally is basically built out of 3D printer infill. Like the whole structural thing of the ship is built like this, and this is all titanium. So, you know, it basically crash landed, right? Like, yeah, it would be pretty damn intact. The thing's built like a tank. It's not many. You couldn't do that with a Star Destroyer. Well, actually, yeah, you probably could, but. This thing is falling apart! It'll hold. We're not gonna make it. We'll make it.
This thing is falling apart!
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it!
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up!
You did that on
You did
purpose.
that on purpose, didn't you?
Find your way to the bridge. Okay, that's the first one. Oh, yeah. An ad blocker ad got ad blocked.
And leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time
Yeah,
to make it to a
she's a
light
tank.
building.
It's why it's one of my favorite ships of all time, Victory.
Detonate.
The Pillar of Autumn is the USS Nevada of the Halo universe. The USS Nevada is the most invincible battleship ever designed by man. And it's a shame that it's at the bottom of the ocean. It's just a damn shame.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous!
Ridiculous!
Wouldn't view a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge?
Human history, is it?
Might be captured or destroyed.
He's in my data arrays, a local tab.
You can't imagine how exciting this is! To have a record of all of our lost time! Human history, is it? Fascinating.
I will enjoy every moment of its categorization.
Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization! To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record! I am shocked.
Almost too shocked for words. Is this Halo
Almost
1?
too shocked
Yeah.
for words.
That's the engineering bay.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win! Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine's shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why? Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
Okay. We might need to... There might need to be a playthrough. We might need to have a little bit of a playthrough. Or just look for it. Because, she explains, she explains how the engineering works when you're not in a cutscene. All right, hold on. Let's just look up someone's playthrough. This is collective gaming walkthroughs here. Let's see. Let's switch the scene so you guys can see. This is back in Halo 1 here, so...
A well-placed...
Okay. Need to get to the engineering part. Yeah, there's a lot of shooting. There's a lot of shooting. I did a lot of shooting. Here we go.
Engine room located. We're here. Alert. The monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option is to detonate the ship's fusion reactors. That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it. First, we need to pull back the exhaust couplings. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive core.
Okay. Suppose the shaft the primary fusion drive core.
Protocols.
Get out of here. Jesus.
Good! Step 1 complete. We have a straight shot into the fusion reactor.
Okay. Okay, so this is the forward engineering, and there seems to be... Did she say it was an exhaust shaft? Well, let me look. Here, let's just start that up there. Bring that down back to there. Over here. Let's look at that actual level. This is the actual level. Here. So that's hull segment 1, hull segment 2. I mean, this isn't going to be exactly right because the way they design the levels doesn't fit into the physical shape of the ship. Last. The entire transcript of the game. Oh, okay. Well, I heard what I wanted to hear. It's an exhaust manifold. Now, it's mostly techno-babble. Yeah, well, she calls it the engine room. I'm thinking. I need thinking music. Hold on. This has got to be in front of the It's got to be right here. That's where that room is, because it's lined up with the bridge for the most part. That engineering, once again, it's underneath the docking bays. The physical space that room takes up is right there. Now, I understand, guys, that it's sci-fi, it's techno-babble. Why would you have forward engineering with exhaust ports coupled to the main reactor from here? Can anybody think of any particular technical reason why you would have that? I'm trying to at least logically talk my way through where different rooms are on this ship, right? Just logically. Like, I will acknowledge that the reason most likely the reason why this is so dang close to the bridge is because they couldn't build a level that big in 2001 when they made this. That's most likely what's going on. Exactly, Dean. Reaction control systems. Siret, there is RCS up there. But the RCS is at the forward parts of the ship. It's way up there. Waste heat to a radiator array? Well, there is this thing. Victory, there is this thing right here. That outer, seemingly armor plating. Right? That could be a radiator. I don't know why you'd put your radiators this, like, way up there. But it's possible. Let's take a look at the drawing. Anything up there? No. Not really. It could be an HVAC system. Help. Yeah, it could be for localized HVAC. Or an auxiliary generator room that's a tap-off. It could be a tap-off generator from the main reactors. So, okay. Canonically, there could be something there. Yeah, it's a forward engineering and then rear engineering, like main engineering, right? So the reason why I asked isn't necessarily to, to come up with a justification for it there. Like, why would you put that there? I'm sure the point is like if somebody asks us in the future, why is there a main engineering room that has a direct coupling to the reactors from there? Like, what? First of all, she said reactor. She doesn't say there's two, and there absolutely is two, right? So the lore makes perfect sense. Actually, she said one reactor, didn't she? We only see one reactor here. There's no way. There's no way that's powered. You wouldn't have a single reactor. No Navy vessel has one reactor. None of them do. Any nuclear powered ships, doesn't matter if it's American, Russian, Chinese, whomever, European, whatever. No one has a single reactor. That's an extraordinarily bad idea. So I'm just gonna rule that one out. She said main reactor. Echo, the ship has reverse thrusters. Perhaps they have a smaller reactor in the front for those. Well, the thruster reversers are right there and right there. The reverse thrusters, the main reverse thrusters are a secondary engine system here. Right there, and then they're kind of mirrored. So those are your reversers, and then you have another set of reaction control systems up here for attitude control on the ship. At least that's what I'm pretty sure that's what those are. Those are missile launchers right there. So is that. That's a missile launcher. That's a missile launcher. That's a missile launcher. And then that's the MAC breach right there. That's your downward scanning radar. And that's your main communications array. So, yeah. Main reactor, where you cook your lobsters. Yep. I'm not seeing pitch control. So, J-Speed, as far as I can tell, you see these two thruster blocks right there? They can pivot. So, if you want pitch control, they pivot up and then, or if you want pitch down, or pitch up, they turn down. And if you want yaw, they'll just fire. And if you want roll, they'll do this. I think that's how they're doing their thruster blocks. That's extraordinarily complicated. You never see that on a ship like this, but sci-fi. What do you want? First you said drive core and then reactor. I wouldn't put too much stock in that. You could build another reactor. So yeah, I mean, it's not unreasonable to have a forward engineering bay up here as a power distribution substation. Navy ships actually have that, right? They don't have like one power plant, right? And that's, you know, just the power's just distributed all over the ship. Navy ships have different lines that carry different current. So, like, Navy ships have, like, a high voltage line. They have power lines, right? Like, you'd see power lines outside on big towers, right? But the thing is, you can't put that on a Navy ship, so they're in corridors that have high voltage lines. Obviously, certain areas are going to get more high voltage, and then they have localized transformers. So they have substations. There are substations on a ship. So it's reasonable. But yeah, there are substations and there are transformers built throughout ships. That's absolutely a thing. I know that because when Drummer and I were on the Massachusetts back in April, we were in the engine room and we were trying to figure out how it works, and I noticed that there's a couple of different types of voltages on the lines. No corridors exactly for cables, they just go where they fit. Yep, yeah, like over your head. And to the side, and yeah, and through a grate through the floor, yeah. Quote from the transcript, we need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cells. Okay. Okay. Catalyst explosion implies that you make there's a cascading effect. So yeah, main engineering is plausible. Main engineering and forward engineering is plausible. That makes perfect sense. That's what we're going with. Yeah, that's fine. See last thing if you're curious about the number of reactors per fleet in today's world. You know how accurate these stats are. The number of reactors in various fleets. Nice. Especially Transformers. I got more than one scar because of those things. Yep. I mean, it really is a floating city. Like, or at least a floating town, depending on the size of the vessel. Also, according to the dialogue, it is implied there are 4 reactors. 4. And if you use plasma for your power production, plasma tap-off would make sense. Okay. Floating slum. Nice. Maybe you could put coal and forward engineering nuclear in the back. I would say oil, dude. How cool would it be to walk into a room on the ship to have your backup generators that are oil? Like, you see the big freaking oil power plant. That would actually be kind of sick. Said anything about oil? You cooking? Oil. And if I had to guess, those backup plants are probably right here. They're probably flanked left, right of the main reactors. Like, probably exactly where I am right now. You could run them off rocket fuel, whatever the energized rocket fuel stuff is. Or oil, just something that burns. Nice. This is gonna be cool, dude. Yeah, okay, so we'll have main engineering basically right where I am, right here. The main power harness for the ship will go right here. We could have it go right underneath our main vehicle corridor, or we could incorporate it in here. Which could get a little bit messy, but... I'd prefer to give it its own room just for the sake of cleanliness. Burning stuff in space is bad. Yeah. It's the future, it's fine. When you boil it down, most generators are steam anyway. Boil it. Ah. Do we need to make more blueprints for a power corridor? Probably. Brayden? Yeah, probably. According to Halopedia, it says that features 2 smaller reactors around a large one. Really? Main reactor was rendered inoperable. By detonating a still functioning fusion reactor, an attempt to activate the cruiser self-destruct when the bridge failed due to 343 guilty sparks, it was forced to manually destabilize the reactors. Okay. Prior to being refit for the Spartan mission, Pillar Bottom was equipped with three Mark II Hanley Messier deuterium fusion engines. Okay. Which applied only 10% of the power of the standard 2552 Navy reactor. The Pillar Bottom was retrofitted with a set of improved nuclear fusion engines that feature 2 smaller reactors around a large one, which were capable of boosting the overall performance output by 300 for a short time. Uh-oh. What is that? Clash L flash dock? Oh no. Fusion reactors generate extreme heat, which must be removed in order to remain active without overheating. The Autumn's overhauled reactors were an especially severe case of this. Usually the excess heat was conducted to a chemical agent which would then vent into space. However, the Autumn's upgrade specifications also included upgrading the cooling system, which featured a laser-induced optical slurry of ions chilled to near absolute zero, which was far more efficient than the typical method and removed the reliance on expendable chemical temperature control substances. Okay. In essence, the amount of excess heat removed by the new system increased as the reactor's output did. Self-regulating and self-cooling power plant was critical in combat since it virtually eliminated the commander's concern about overheating and slagging a ship's engines. You may find this fun. Class L flash dock is the type of maneuver used for the purpose of docking a human spacecraft on a planetary surface when speed is of the essence. It's typically performed by small spacecraft such as corvettes and frigates and is a restricted maneuver for ships on the scale of the Pillar of Autumn. It was fitted with R7 thrust coupling so it could form a flash dock, successfully berthing at the Azad shipyards, despite the danger and difficulty of landing a ship of that size in order to receive a critical asset for Operation Red Flag before returning to space. Yeah, okay. Read the quote. Class L flash docks are basic math for a corvette or frigate, but for a cruiser like the Autumn, well, let's be real. It'd be like flying a brick with bottle rockets. 3 reactors. That's right, it goes in the square hole. Well, that main engineering bay in-game is basically at the end of hull segment 2. And it's an exhaust. So that would put that main engineering bay right here. Which... that's where the reactors are, Pigeon. But why would you... why would you separate them out like that? That doesn't make any sense. Staggered on top and bottom after all. I don't know, really, to be honest with you. Oh, the third reactor powers the gun. The way this is... it says 2 smaller reactors around a large one, though. Which would imply that there is a big guy right here. Like that. Such a robust design, I think they would have the reactors separated for operational redundancy. It would also not make much sense to move all the hot stuff to the front to dump it. Yeah, so that means the main reactor's up here? Does that even fit? Oh boy. Discovering flaws that were never meant to be looked into, I see. Yeah, Luca, that's been the biggest thing. Would that third reactor need to be of equal size? The engine may require so much, but the railgun and other systems maybe not. Well, they said it's a main reactor. It says 2 smaller reactors. Yeah. I'm gonna keep reading, hold on. think this is overreacting. The only way this makes sense from everything that we've looked at here is that there's another reactor. There's the main reactor is in hull segment 3, which maybe each of the reactors features 2 smaller ones. Yeah. What leads us to believe that the room in question is in that forward oriented location. The game is what does it, dude. So this is the map this is the level that you play when you blow up the reactor. It's clearly not that far. Here's the reactor exhaust room. It's clearly not that far from the bridge. And if you look right here, so there's hull segment 1, that's hull segment 2. Presumably hull segment 2 goes to about here, which puts this in line with the bridge at hull segment 3. If you go to look at the model right here, the bridge is right there. So you go backwards a little ways to the end of hull segment 2, that exhaust coupling area is right here. That also assumes there's not some creative liberty where the reactor is located. Yeah. My guess is that this thing is up here for the Mac, like Raiden said, and it's for all the ship's main systems. These ones are the two smaller ones are dedicated for the engines. Makes sense. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I think the third reactor is up here. It's the only way that makes sense with the lore. It has to be a front reactor. They have to have the main reactor is right there. It has to be in 3. That also explains 3's weird. If you look at hull segment 3 has a ton of extra armor plating on it. Like it has another outer layer of armor plating on it compared to the rest of the ship. It has this whole extra thick layer of plating. And guys, look. 3 has this extra outer layer that has a gap between the hull of the ship and the layer of armor plating, just like hull segment 5. You sneaky, sneaky bastards, Bungie. The reactor's there. I'm convinced. Aside from the verbiage surrounded by. Yeah, that's the only thing, Hokey, but where are they getting that I lost the tab. Balls. Where are they getting the... What's the reference there? Fall of Reach, Chapter 29. If it was surrounded by Hokey,
Discovery,
it explains that. It explains the third reactor being right there in the thickest part of the ship. And there is space for it there for sure. That's what makes the most sense with the verbiage, but now that doesn't explain why there's a thermal coupling up here, up at the front. It's not a thermal coupling, I keep calling it that. It's just a thermal exhaust manifold. Because the verbiage was talking about the engines, right? Pillar Bottom was refitted with a set of improved nuclear fusion engines that featured 2 smaller reactors around a larger one, which were capable of boosting the overall output for a short time. Yeah, I know. We'll pick one. The Nostromo next. Nice. Nukes in the back, oil in the front. Yeah. They're probably using that manifold. Probably is that Master Chief blows up is probably a coupling. It's probably a tap for something. Maybe a localized power plant or something. According to that wording, each engine has 3 reactors. Yeah, that's right. Set of nuclear fusion engines that featured 2 small reactors around a large one, which were capable of boosting the overall performance output by 300%. Okay. Yeah, Sirat, somebody said that each one of these had a main and supplementary reactor inside of its core. So the engines could have 3 reactors in them inside of the reactor ball. Engine room explains the vents, kind of. Yeah, help for sure, dude. Three are inside the ball. Yeah, I agree with that. That makes more sense. Somebody suggested that earlier, and I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. So there's 3 reactors inside of this. That still doesn't explain what the extra armor plating up here is for, though, or how this gas tap room... You know what, that's... Our original idea was to have a utility corridor lead to that engine room with a thermal coupling. Not sure if you'd want to be venting a nuclear reactor fusion or fission into habitable space. Yeah, right? Well, if there's 3 reactors in each sphere, there's supposed to be 1 reactor. If there's supposed to be 1 reactor up front, it would be roughly 1/3 of the size of that sphere, wouldn't it? And it should fit, or am I missing something? Well, we never really... See, the nomenclature of that says that they're there, but they're not, but they're there. They're talking about the engines, dude, which is what's confusing me a lot. However, it is later implied that 4 exhaust manifolds are linked to an individual fusion reactor, which is destroyed by John in the final level. This page follows information given in Fall of Reach as the novel describes the reactor system in more detail. It says power plant, but it talks about the engines. Exactly. No, it doesn't look like it. Interesting. I'm in analysis paralysis. This is what I warned about. Walls. You can only blueprint certain pieces of it, Grim, because the blueprint printer is only so big. A lot of it you have to make manually, which isn't a big deal. Hey, Wiz. Cheers.
Discovery,
What's up,
going
buddy?
throttle up.
Let's put in the second sphere. That's a given. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can do that. We'll do that. That's no problem. So each one of these spheres has 3 reactors in it. So we have 6 reactors total. So how about in Satisfactory lore, we have 1 reactor with a power augmenter and then 2 nukes next to it. We'll use the power augmenter to make our main reactor. I think that's probably a good idea. Why not copy sections then? Object orientation, Rem. It's really difficult to explain. Long story short, the way that I can't rotate stuff this way. I can't rotate it like a turntable. You have to do that manually. There's no way for me to do that. Do you know about the build method where you use crosswalks to form the outside edges of rounded concrete paths? Yes. Yeah, Anesthesis, I'm not sure that's going to help us when we're trying to make a sphere, though. I need to go put on a pot, dude. I'll be right back. go put the coffee on. I'll be right back. Okay, coffee's a brewing. Yeah, okay, so guys, the way it's worded leaves it open for a lot of interpretation. Like a lot. I don't think it's unreasonable to think there might be another reactor up here. But Cortana says a fusion drive core, so that implies that it is an engine, so. Yeah, Mats, I mean, this is the toughest parts. These are the hardest parts of this to get done. I'm tackling all the difficult stuff first. That's why you seemingly haven't seen much progress on like building the interior, because building the interior is going to be easy. That's going to be a joke. That's going to be super simple to get that right. I'm not worried about that. Heck, that's going to be not a problem at all. Did you see the boosters rolled to the launch site? I did see that, yes. There was something about this that... I'm gonna go get my coffee. It should be done brewing. There was we have to... We need to make the sphere subassembly 1 meter longer in every direction except for these. So that will eliminate a ton of time. Or I could just go build it in the exact same way. I don't know. We only need to build 1 more, so it eliminated a ton of time, but it takes up time trying to fix it. So it's either just build the damn thing, or build the damn thing with the slower way that we know, or go over there, mess with the blueprint printer. Thinking about how you would... No, it's easier to just build it. Just build the stupid thing. Yep. Yeah, if I was building like 3 or 4 more of these, I would retool it, but I'm not, so. Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to build reactors. Alright, get the Halo music back. Let's go. I still don't think it's unreasonable to think that there's a main fusion, like a power plant. Like this is, like those are for your engines and stuff, and this one is for powering the rest of the ship. Especially if these things are fusion plasma and not Hall effect, like I said, you're just going to be shooting plasma out the back. It's not unreasonable to think that there's another reactor up here. But either way, we still have to build those, so let's just roll with it. Did you see the new part they rolled into one of the bays? It could be for a Block 2 part of a booster or an upgraded Block 1 part. It's a large pipe. I'll have to look. Okay. Third reactor would also be great as a backup. Yeah, because they talked about... Flow Space, the other thing that I'm thinking is that they talked about... Cortana talked about basically... She talked about how the main reactor was offline, right? She did. She did, right? Yeah, that's what she said. That's what she said. Got him. It makes sense. Yeah, I think there's another reactor up there. And I think in Halo nomenclature, that's your quote-unquote main. These are the drive reactors. That's not a main reactor. Fellas, hear me out. You'd never want your main reactor in redundancy from what we know about, or like single redundancy, from what we know about, like Navy ship engineering. So this is where I'm going to try to put some logic onto this. If there's one there, there's one there. How do I know? Your reactors are never in single redundancy. Your engines aren't in single redundancy. And going by that design mentality, there's nothing to state that there might be a secondary reactor here. There's nothing to state that it would, but that's what makes the most sense to me. Having one there and one there would justify having that exhaust port there from your fusion drive, from your main core, main reactor core. Two engines for drive, two engines for powering systems. You know, one for the Mac, one for electricity, HVAC, etc., etc. I know I'm overthinking this. I get it. That's what makes sense in my head. The other thing is that, you know, you have a cylindric section right there. Could be that. Could be like that. Ooh. I like that, actually. That explains why hull segment 3 is so weird looking. Yeah. Yeah. I like this. Balls. Fuel is stored in the balls. What's the small sphere between the big ones? Slip space drive. But then again, your slip space drive could also be up here. Stop giving yourself more work. Shut up. With 2 at the front, you can't fit the engineering bay anywhere. The engineering bay is at the end of hull segment 2 to 3. It's got to be right there, which means that there would be one up there as well for your vent, your reactor vent. That, Raiden, this is what that's what makes the most sense to me here. And that also explains why 3 has a very peculiar armor segment style, just like 5 does. Like hull segment 1 and 2 have the armor plating like directly attached to the hull. There's a belt around hull segment 3 and hull segment 5. That's the only thing that makes the most sense, dude. Lunprod Why link this? You've linked this to me before. I have it open right here. Oh, it shows where engineering is. Yeah, the slip space drive has to be backwards. It has to be over here. Where did that... Location for main engineering. So main engineering would be behind. Let me just make a primitive box here. That box would be right here in this, right? I mean, keep in mind this isn't exactly to scale, but that's where it would be. Which puts yeah, it puts your exhaust core right there. Yeah, Hokey, that's what I mean. Yeah, main engineer. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Makes sense. Tessa, I think the slip space drive is like right there. I was just entertaining different ideas. Hey, Jacobs. I actually dig this. This fits with the lore. I'm telling you guys, the twin reactors up at the front makes sense. It makes sense. That your main power reactors are here, and then your main drive reactors are here. Slip space drive is in the center. Well, center of gravity of the ship. That's what makes the most sense. And then your drive reactors can also drive slip space, which, once again, you wouldn't have your engines on when you're going into slip space. It's like impulse drive and warp drive in Star Trek. It's similar nomenclature. Yeah. Everybody cool with this? This is the design that makes the most sense. And it also explains Hull Segment 3's weirdness. I always was like, why does it look like that? ChatGPT explains that the main fusion reactor and the Shaw reactors are of different design. The Shaw engines are the newest, thus they would be the least compact. So the standard fusion reactors up front makes sense to be smaller. Yeah, unreasonable, right? Well, Star Trek, yeah, I mean, next thing you know, we have dilithium crystals. Yeah. A little further back. Slip space drive can go there. That's fine. And then that would put main engineering right there, which lines up with our vehicle corridor. And then we can have two more of these exhaust. You know what? We don't need exhaust cooler rooms. You wouldn't need those type of exhaust cooler rooms for the drive reactors because you're shooting the exhaust out. You're shooting the heat out the back. You're shooting it right out the back of the ship, right? That's what this is. This is a big Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is all starting to make sense. Either that or we've come up with a good enough justification that's close enough to the lore. What's that, geek? Charlie... Oh, Charlie Camarda. Yeah, he flew on, STS... He flew on the return to flight for the shuttle. What is he saying? The return to flight after Columbia. NASA made a very bad decision to fly Artemis 2 with the same failed heat shield used on Artemis 1. I predicted this over 1 year ago, and all my pleading with Bill Nelson fell on deaf ears. Jared, please read my book, Mission Out of Control. Time is running out. Geek, you remember yesterday when I said that NASA isn't doing this out of the guise of safety? They're doing it because they don't have a choice because hardware is forcing their flight rationale? I'll take my W, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take my W. Here, I'm just gonna put that in my pocket. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Space Pope. You're a gentleman and a scholar. I'm telling you, the more they say it's safe, the less safe it is. Like, because you don't have a choice. There's no other way to test Orion's heat shield. And you're running out of upper stages to do Artemis 2 and 3. There's only 2 upper stages left for SLS Block 1, and the production line for them is gone. We'll talk about this more later. I'm just gonna name everything in Maya. Well, this would be a drive reactor then. This is main. So this is MR1. MR1 engineering, and then Toyota MR2 engineering. Guys, I think this setup is what makes the most sense given all the nomenclature and lore. I am taking some liberties with it, but this lines up everything pretty much correctly. These actually might be a little bit smaller. Because, once again, you have to get into that main engineering, which is coupled to the exhaust ports, right? New here, what am I looking at? Hey, Cruel. I'm building this ship in Satisfactory 1-to-1 scale to what it is in Halo lore. This is a ship from Halo called the Pillar of Autumn. And I'm just trying to figure out where everything goes because I want to build my factory inside of it. So we figured out, basically, from all the lore that we've compiled from reading the Halo books, playing the Halo games and stuff, that we're trying to find the position of all the power plants on the ship. So these spheres represent reactors. From what we can tell, from what we can surmise from Halo, it has main reactors up here, and then drive reactors back here. The drive reactor, so like basically this is your engine, and this is your power plant, if that makes any sense. We're just trying to figure out where everything lives based off of the video games and everything. So when I go to build the factory inside of it, everything is where it should be. All of this thonking has produced this. Yep, clear. Thanks. Cool project. Right on, man. Yeah, I know. People are going to click Satisfactory. They're going to see me messing with the 3D model. They're going to be like, what are you doing? That's been asked like 3 or 4 times today. Like, EJ, what are you doing? I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm cooking. We must cook. You know? She's a beast, dude. I love Halo. That's why I want to build it. And I'm a space nerd. So, you know, I'm going to build spaceships. Hey, yeah, Dean, Raiden, guys, I'm asking you questions because I actually value your input. I'm not rubber ducking you, you know what I mean? Like, I want your input. I'm pretty sure the reactor designs here are right. That makes sense. That engineering bay is a little further back. It starts with hull segment 4 at the forward bulkhead. Okay, cool, excellent. So that means this would be a little bit further back, like right there. And that means this engineering bay is up there too. And see, this all really starts to make a lot of sense if you look where that reactor is. Look what it's right next to. The Mac. Makes perfect sense. That's a big freaking railgun. It makes sense to have the reactor close to it, or one of the reactors, right? So that would mean that I would think that these are like right here. Right there. So let's go minus 130. And then this would be minus 130 as well. Best space nerd on Twitch. Thanks, Will. I tried to fit the Warthog run to the length of the ship to see what it would look like. The engines look good. Thanks, dude. Oh, jeez. How big did the ship end up being, Lundprod? Oh, that's large. That puts the hangar bay up at the very front of the ship, huh? Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Cool. All right, let's save our work in Maya, and let's jump back. About that big. Yeah, if you guys want to understand the scale that we're talking about here, I have its flame trench, right? She's big. SpaceX got a massive contract from the Department of Defense to give the Ukraine access to Starshield. Interesting. All right, dudes. Let's build out this sphere. Let's go. No. Yep. Starshield, Coltech. DoD Starlink satellites. Now remember, we're dealing with a 1 meter down offset because of how we made this, so... Yeah, that's the quiet part, dude. Starlink is... So, the Department of Defense is moving to what's called PLEO. PLEOC. Proliferated Low Earth Orbit Satellite Constellations. They're basically... What that basically means is satellites that are closer to Earth that are much more plentiful. A swarm that you can't take out. You know, before it was like a satellite constellation, like 5 or 6 satellites, and that's in GEO, right? They're switching to proliferated. GPS Starlink. Starlink is GPS. Starlink is missile detection. Starlink is space-based infrared systems. Like, Starlink is observation satellites. That's what they're doing. That's the gist of it. Yeah, everybody just thinks Elon's just launching Starship. Or Starlink. No. No. It's a little more complicated than that. It's Skynet, it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Round, you ain't kidding, man. Starlink the everything satellite. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, let's get the reactor core blueprint. There it is. And voila, the birth of Drive Reactor 2. Now we just got to make that into that. This is fine. All right, Unreasonable. Thanks for the fun stream. Yeah, more than welcome. Yeah, Unreasonable. There you go. Nice. Okay. All right, so what was the... Okay, I have to make the 5 meter... Step 3. Finish the painting. Good meme. Okay, so we're gonna have to get rid of that one. Gonna have to get rid of that one. Gonna have to get rid of that one. Absolutely this. And we might have to get rid of that one too. I gotta see if I did that on the other side. Or the bottom. I didn't. We just barely had enough space. Okay, cool. The demon! You deleted the beam. The sphere's gonna be the reactors. The drive reactors round, yeah. Okay. All right, so there was a trick to this. Whoa. Five-meter beam. 4 meter is 9. 9 plus 2 is 11. Plus 4 is 15. $43. That doesn't sound right. Those ones are 39. Yeah, it is. It's 39. Each had to be 45 meters off the center line. These ones were 39 though, Dean, right? Like, yeah, that's right. Because of the extension. Okay, cool. Looks satisfactory. Alright, let's start cooking. Let's just play. Did I miss you saying hi to the Titans? Yeah, Space Pope. Want me to go say hi to him again? Let me finish what I'm working on here and then we will. No? Oh. Dude, they have little antlers because it's Fixmas. Got little antlers. It's so cute. Bye-bye. It's so cute. Bye. Chosen one! I'm coming! I will not be defeated by a tiny net! Chosen one! I appreciate your focus. I can see them later. Danke! Thanks, man. You could say I am devout. I'm a very space flight pious man or something.
My faith is strong. I will not fail you.
Tartarus, stop.
Demon.
Do not worry about her shyness, for it will pass. There you go. You have many blessings coming my way. Yes, just remember. Orbiter, external tank, SRB, SRB. May the Max Q be with you. Yeah, that works. Good enough. So good. That's a lot of nuts! That'll be $8, baby! You want fries with that? He just left. With nuts! Alright, now we gotta do this to the same thing to the bottom here. Siempre hay que les comprar las drogas. In the bottom drawer. I think that was 40. I mean, crap. Look at that. It's like his stomach blood on the ground back there. I mean, I'm no doctor. It's like cartilage and bones, but it was like one clean chunk. Yeah. Woo. Sorry. I won't do that again. I will do that again. Oh, quiet. Drummer's here. Hey, man. We weren't talking about you. What on earth is this? No. Not on Earth. We're not on Earth right now, so you can't really ask that question. It's a reactor housing, Drummer, for where the power plants will be on my ship. Does this planet in Satisfactory have a name? Massage B is what it's called. Okay, what on Massage 2 ABB is this? It's a reactor housing. Drummer, you know how, like, in Kerbal, I needed to come up with some extremely weird workflows to make the pieces that I needed to make stuff work? That. Like, there's really no good way to make a sphere in Satisfactory unless you kind of manually make it like this. What on reach is this? There you go. Raiden's got it. Yeah, that looks great. All right, so the other ones have to be 45 out, right? That's what we were saying before. So we'll start by just making 40 beams, right? That's one row. We just need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. They're gonna get easier to make though as we go around because, well, it's towards the center.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Mary.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Deltafax. Thank you. Nikki, you had to do this when I'm cooking? No, 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 I'm not rolling. I'll roll when this reactor's finished. In streamer culture, Sneaky, this is known as a dick move. Save check. Dude, I can't wait for Flame Trench today. It's gonna be amazing. I don't know Halo at all. PlayStation guy. So I don't know, what are you building? I'm building a reactor core. Right now. In Halo, the ship uses fusion reactors. So I'm building a reactor core, King. Just remember how in like KSP there was just really unorthodox ways to make the stuff that we need? Basically that, but with Satisfactory. This is the only real way that this is the quickest way that we've been able to surmise to make a sphere. Basically take a cylinder like that. I took a cylinder in the blueprint printer and I just turned it 24 times, or 12 technically. And it made that right there, the gumdrop, right? And now I'm building out the extensions to it so we can make the reactor housing. I will put my nuclear power plants in here when we're done. But this is the only way to do it. I really wish I had a 120 meter wide blueprint printer here so I could make this, but not the gumdrop button! Not the button! Not my gumdrop button! Looks like a freaking singularity here. Would I have a percentage guesses of how far I am? 30, 40%, maybe? The visual progress on the ship isn't necessarily indicative of, like, how far I am. It looks like I'm not that far into it because everything is still a skeleton. But you gotta remember, the vast majority of the ship is going to be those decks and stuff. And what I did was I engineered out my corridors in modular sub-assemblies. And in those modular sub-assemblies, dude, we can, I could just place the deck segments like Lego kits, dude. So building the interior parts of the ship, with the exception of like one-off rooms like engineering bays and mess hall, stuff like that. Mess hall, like just basically bespoke stuff. I can like mass produce hallways. Ray, what's up, dude? I'm gonna make this layer first. Same in freelance. If you make the model look good, you could be 20% in, the client thinks you're 80% done. So never make a skeletal frame for a client. Exactly. I purposefully am tackling all of the difficult stuff right now. I'm purposely working on the most complicated parts of the ship. Like the engines. The engines are a big technical hurdle. Kerplunk? Jeez. This is fun watching you build the Halo cruiser. I want you to make it in Kerbal now. What do you think the Grissoms were? Jonathan, I don't think you guys understand. If I could do this in KSP, I would have done this in KSP a long time ago. Would have built out the entire damn ship. There we go. I feel like this is going to take 2 more months to complete. Most likely.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm committed, man. I hope you guys are too. We'll get it done. Or at least go until my computer fries itself. And if it fries itself, so be it. At least we tried. Let me just put it to you like this. I'm really happy I'm doing this during the winter time, because if we were doing it for the summer, this room would be extremely hot. I'm happy I can vent waste heat into the garage. Is this the Wildcat? Yeah. Yeah, Baron, their reaction control systems look a lot like Centaur. Is this the Wildcat? Well, actually, Midge, we figured out from the nomenclature that Pillar of Autumn most likely has 4 reactors. Or 4 main power generating areas. I wouldn't say 4 reactors, because it says that they're... The lore says that each one of the reactor core, each one of these reactor housings has 3 reactors in it. 1 main, 2 auxiliary in each engine. Makes sense. But that's just drive reactors. What we were thinking, and not thinking, and this is what I'm gonna do because it's what makes the most sense. Oh wait, we don't. Oh yeah, I do need to do that with this one. What I was thinking, and this is what makes the most sense, is that the Pillar of Autumn has 4 main housings for reactors. There's your twin drive reactors, each with 3. Your twin drive reactor cores, right? With 3 reactors in each of them. And then there's another set of reactors up front. Like this. So that's drive reactor housing 1, which has 3 in there. Drive reactor housing 2, which has 3 in there. Your slip space drive is there. Main engineering is right there. And then up at the front, you have, those are drive reactors, right? Back there, these are main reactors. These ones up here are used for your power systems. And then the your main reactors, because they're not engines, right? Stick with me. Because they're not engines, they have to vent heat. They have waste heat. I was thinking about it. These engines don't. Why would they have an exhaust manifold? The engine is the exhaust manifold. It's shooting the heat out the back because it's a plasma drive, right? That doesn't need an exhaust manifold. So we were able to piece together that the Pillar of Autumn has reactors for power, HVAC, whatever, life support, the MAC, right? And then reactors, a set of reactors for the engines. So the main reactors are up here in hull segment 3. It makes sense because hull segment 3 has extra armor plating, right? It has a ton of extra armor plating on it comparatively to the rest of the ship, but so does hull segment 5. So the ship has 4 big reactor bays in it. Don't get me wrong, this looks awesome, but how do you plan on fitting the power plant inside of this? Have not gotten that far, Contra. So, this also makes sense that these reactors would have waste heat manifolds. The waste heat manifolds is where the Wildcat explosion happens, because Cortana says the main drive engines are offline in the maw, right? Right? So, that means you must have main reactors and then drive reactors, right? Make sense? That's what we've been able to surmise. And then, based off of the placement where the Wildcat destabilization happens, right? Based off of the placement, it should be near the forward parts of the ship. So that got me thinking, there's got to be another set of reactors up here. And that would explain why hull segment 3 is so weird looking. Like, it has that extra armor plating and stuff because there's another set of reactors up here. Main reactors are here. Drive reactors are there. Main reactors need exhaust heat vents because they're not venting overboard like the drive reactors are, right? Makes sense. Slip space drive has to be near your most powerful stuff, and the slip space drive has to be removable. So it also needs to be relatively near something where you can take it in and out of the ship, the docking bays. So slip space is got to be back here with your main engineering, which wouldn't have exhaust vents. Blue. Balls of steel. 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 Because if we look at this picture right there, main reactor 1 engineering is right at the beginning of hull segment 4. And it's coupled to a manifold that looks like the reactor's here, right? We don't know what's right there in lore. I can only guess that it's right there. It has to be. That's the only way that makes sense. We have Friday Night Racing, yes. So that tells me that there's main reactor 2 engineering up here as well, because there's another reactor there. That reactor, and check this out, Mitch, when we started placing it in 3D space, look where the top of this vent goes. And look where this reactor, look what it's right next to. It's right next to the Mac. Makes perfect sense. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Most likely a coincidence. Most likely I'm grasping at straws. Also, at the same time, I'm doing it this way because it makes sense. Also makes sense to split the primary function generators across multiple spaces like in real life. Bingo. Because we couldn't figure out where the heck the reactors and the drive cores were. Because why the heck would there be main engineering at the front of the ship if all your engines and all your stuff is back here? It's main engineering for your main reactors. Your drive reactors are auxiliary because they're used for drive, right? They're not used for power. Your main reactors would be what's powering the ship. Yeah, I thought that was super neat. It makes sense when, I mean, dude, we sat here and stared at the screen for a little while trying to figure this out, but that's what makes the most sense to me. So I'm building out Reactor 2 right now. So is this the Wildcat? No, this is not the Wildcat. That's up there somewhere. You said earlier that everything orange is temporary. What's with these reactors? Matt's, the singularity that we're making here, we're gonna get rid of. Think of this like scaffolding for the outside of the reactor housing. I'm gonna get rid of the center of this. Yeah, Dean is right. We're gonna get rid of the center of it. And then I'll put stuff in it, like nuclear power plants, like power plants in the game. This the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Yeah, it looks like a Minecraft explosion, or like a 1950s contemporary style chandelier like you'd see in Fallout or something. You'll like this. Those chandeliers are called Sputnik chandeliers. Oh, yeah. Spherical. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to get rid of a little bit of it. But that's not a big deal. It looks like this is a nuke. Fusion, not a nuke, but close. Alright, now because I messed up, we need to add a 1 meter beam to every single one of these. Did you see the new Space Age Act? FAA management of space will be moved to the Department of Transportation instead. You sent me the post. Really? How many faces is the spherical polygon? 24, I think. Trey, they... Really? Dude. Did it pass, Trey? Interesting. He just introduced it. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Moving space to the Department of Transportation. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's gonna be needed, dudes. Especially if what I think is gonna happen. Oh, I placed that one wrong. Yeah, unfortunately you gotta do this way because I screwed up when I was making the original sphere, but I've decided that the amount of time it would take to fix the blueprint, we could have just made it. And since we're only making one more at one more sphere at this size, it doesn't really make any sense to go and fix it. One more times for this. I hate that I have to just sit here and place a bunch of extra 1 meter freaking beams, dudes, but... You made 5 cents on Amazon, on an Amazon Mechanical Turk. Should you stream on your $250 laptop? If you want to get into streaming and you want to start doing it, stream on whatever you have. Do you want to get into streaming unreasonable, or you want to try to do this job? If you want to get into the live streaming or content creation, create content with the content that you have. Because if you can't create good content with what you have at the bare minimum, you're not going to be able to make good content with better equipment. You know? You could have the nicest kitchen in the freaking world. If you're not Gordon Ramsay, you're not going to be able to do anything useful with it. Right? That was an example. I mean, yeah, he's a pretty good chef. He's pretty good. You know? I just can't do a normal job because I'm going on vacation in January. I was trying out the old way of doing it. One more time. We just got our reactor so free. We're gonna celebrate. DMC, yeah. Since when is there a booster on the pad at Starbase? They rolled 14 to the pad last night, dude. Hey, Bob. You wish it was one more time 3 years later. Wait, what? Any big changes on the booster? I have to go look, Matt. We're gonna have to take a peek. Alright, now comes the really icky part. It's tough to place this correctly. Sometimes it makes sense to place it backwards like that. On the horn. So if this was a YouTube video, this part would be time-lapsed right now. That's one. From this angle, it looks like a mad carnival ride. Yeah, baby. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? looks like a merry-go-round on steroids. Nah, I like the way that I was doing it. It's like a hyperdrive powered by dark matter. That's pretty much what I'm going for. These are the reactor core housings, so... Watching this masterpiece for the past 30 minutes. Great work, but for the love of Pete, press save. Okay. Tell that silly Twitch chat to calm their butt cheeks. Ooh, YouTube chat has words. What's a YouTube chat? Don't worry about it. How's my GPU doing? A little hot, but she'll manage. Have you considered cleaning the fans in thermal paste? I should probably clean them out, yeah. Thermal paste, no. On the GPU? No, I haven't, and I probably won't have to. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not off nominal, it's an RTX 3090. It's gonna run hot. That's just how it be, man. This isn't a warp drive. This is a fusion drive core. So basically, it's a fusion reactor that makes a lot of plasma from fusing atoms together, and then it shoots the plasma out the back. This is just a regular quote-unquote rocket engine, only the propellant is plasma. Yeah, magnetic containment fusion, which is something you see thrown around in the sci-fi world all the time, but nope, that was 109. That one's not correct. It has to be 097. Where did that beam go? That's right, it went in the square hole. We'll see, Trey. We'll see. Whoa. Okay, almost halfway there. Almost living on a prayer. Yeah, these are the parts of the build. This is very tedious. It's very tedious, repetitive. But, like I said, we're tackling the hardest parts of the ship here. These are the tougher parts. Halfway. So does this thing take off like a plane or a standard rocket? Well, the model in Satisfactory, this thing in Satisfactory that we're making is not going anywhere. It's just a static display. In Halo, it takes off with VTOLs. It has a vertical takeoff and landing. What the hell is that? Oh, that's the bot from the other day. This. Yeah, baby. I don't think we're doing that in Satisfactory. But we could. No. By we could. No, we couldn't. If we put our imaginations to the test or something. Too bad you can't blow it up when you're finished. This is now affecting my work. I put someone on hold so I can turn up the stream to watch that clip again. Sorry. My bad. I mean, you probably shouldn't do that, dude, but alright. Draining the brakes and derail takes so long. Why are you draining brakes? You heard that a new F1 champion is in the making. Yeah. Didn't Max already win? I mean, I don't really care. I really don't. I keep track of Formula One. I don't bother to watch any of the races anymore, though. Max and Kelly are having bebe? Oh. Oh, I get it. Almost there. Not gonna lie, there was a point in mid to late season where you thought it was gonna get good, and then, yeah, of course. Almost. The heck is this? Reactor. It's a spherical reactor housing. It looks like a koosh ball. Yeah, baby. That was 14053. That's not placed correctly. F1 got overhyped with Drive to Survive. It's not fun anymore. It's more politics and fake fights than real racing on the track. Yeah, Matt. Dude, I've been... Like, I'm not trying to sound like an F1 hipster, but my dad showed me Formula 1 in the 90s. I've been basically keeping track of every season since then. It ain't the same, dude. It ain't the same. It's a bunch of pretty boys, dude. Like, it's not Senna and Mansell, you know, like, or PK, or, you know, even going into, like, the late 90s, like Schumacher or Coulthard or something. Like, it's not like that no more. Like, my favorite driver in F1 was Kimi. You know why? Because he was the only one that spoke his mind. Everyone else is like, yes, the car was running really good. I'd like to thank my team and meh. It's like, all right. You know, and in that light, I kind of like Max because he does speak his mind. But, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah. Meh. Kimmy didn't speak much. Yeah, but when he did, he spoke his mind. No, I was having a schnapps. The car was running good today. Who was Ray? Oh, from Need for Speed. Yeah. They made the, BMW made the MFS car. That's actually super cool. That E36. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't have chosen to make it, you know, when the game came out. But hey, whatever. That's cool. Better late than never. Unless a new Need for Speed came out and I didn't know, and I don't know about it, which is likely. He met Mario Andretti and got his autograph at Road America. Nice. Freaking legend, dude. Also, Road America's an amazing racetrack. Almost there! Gotta be 1409 or 7. Come on, find the snap point. See if we can make it go backwards. Yeah, 9-1 is fine. Nope, that was 1-9. That was bad. That one's too long. Goodness. Okay, alright. One final effort is all that remains. Alright, Dean. See you, buddy. Safe drive home, dude. My eyes hurt from not blinking. Hey, Damians, what's up, dude? What are you making? Spaceship. Spaceship from Halo. The Pillar of Autumn. They call it the Pillar of Autumn. Ugh. There's our twin drive reactors. Face the ball, please. Thought when you delete an element is made from the load runner. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Almost done. Great success. Now Now face the... No, not face the wall. Face the ball, please. Face the ball, please. Hey, Canuck, have you figured out how you're gonna skin this thing? It might have to be with beams, dude. I mean, that's the only really way that makes sense. That I'm thinking. It's just for angled parts, guys. Like, there are other ways. You can use the big billboards to cover a lot of surface area, and you can surface attach billboards to I-beams. So like, we could theoretically, see what I'm saying? Not for this particular spot, it would look weird, but you could do that. Sick. This is cool. Just make sure you leave room for the extra long Warthog Run road. I got a problem with that. Like, Elegant, we got an issue. The issue is that, well, that's the Warthog run from that's the level superimposed over a model of the ship. That's a problem. we're not gonna be able to have the full Warthog run in there, but I will include these sections in here so you'll be able to drive some of it. But everything else is gonna be, everything else should be where it is in the real ship, give or take. We have to take some creative liberties because, yeah. But look at that. Hey, that's pretty sick, dude. Here, let's look at it from far away. I gotta go get more steel anyway. Time to check on the Titans. Ow. Hang on, Titans. Hey, you dead alien. Thank you. And pipes. Hey. Electromagnetic control rods. I don't want to know how you got those. Quartz. Frames. Reinforced frames. Another dead alien. Nice. Give each Titan its own missile silo. Yeah! Weather guy, you know, if you wanted to get clever, you could put portals inside the ship to warp you to the larger interiors that you can go build elsewhere. You can make that run in the west and get there with portals. Portals? How did they get the dead aliens? I don't ask questions, man. Are there portals in this game? Question. Okay, gotcha. Friday Night Racing is the After Hours game, King. For completeness, I seriously joked when I mentioned the run, and it's been a meme for some time for a good reason. It could. Alright, let's take a look. I gotta go take a leak. You guys just peep on that. Just look at that. Look at that. Pretty good. Chat seems active. Consider clipping this moment for EJ. Why would that pop up in my dashboard? Who put that space elevator in the way? Yeah, I know, right? You can clip yourself while you clip yourself. Oh. Yeah, Ada wanted me to make that, whatever that is. I don't care about that. I want this. Chat, firework. Chat seems active. Consider clipping this moment. Chat, firework seems annoying. Consider timing him out for this moment. Sorry, man. It's a meme, you dip. That's cool, dude. Skeleton view is pretty sick, not gonna lie. This reminds me of all those extremely big Halo C multiplayer maps. This one's supposed to technically be Reach. But, yeah. Yeah. I got Hang 'em High vibes from this. You know, you know. Oh, there's Frank. Hey, Frank. Frank! Oh, alright. He doesn't really talk much, but if you'd like, I can arrange a much more personal relationship. Now, the real question is, guys, should I have the Pillar of Autumn be my background for Flame Trench? You know what? That's not a good idea, because then we'd just talk about that the entire time. We probably shouldn't do that. That's probably not the best idea. Or is it? Maybe when it's more finished. Or is it? You should have Rook doing his EVA as your background. Put Jack in a kilt on the Pillar of Autumn. Dude, this thing is a behemoth. Dude, look at this monster. Chat, look at those balls. Look at the size of those balls that we made. No, nice or not. There you go. It would be cool if you could convert a standalone save to a server and open it up to viewers. Can you? I mean, I don't know if you. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that. I mean, maybe you can. See, this is what the ship will look like. Hey, nice balls. Yeah. Yeah. Hangar bay 2 starboard side. Twins bezel, twin balls, twins. Excuse me? Your ball. Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna. Hi there, nice to see you, Bumblebee tuna. Head east, soldier. Snakes. I think the next thing we gotta do is find the location of the 2 forward balls. We gotta figure out the center point for the main reactors up front. The hangars and the corridors look amazing. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, man. Yeah, see, this is where the bridge will be. At some point. Or no. This is all segment 3. No. Bridge will be. Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Key. Send the Master Chief to the bridge immediately. On the double, crewman. Skipper seems jumpy. Find your weapons later. That's just where the forward docking port goes. Or the starboard forward docking port. And then there's a big cargo bay up in there. Sleep well? No, thanks to your driving. Yes. So you did miss me. Question, boss. Is Yak a fan of a Ferrari? I don't know. Oh. Box of shame. Yep. Yep. Hey, Source. Wow. Going good, man. Yeah. We finished the reactor housings today. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Oh, hey, look. Now there's 2 of them. We should probably do the housings for the engines as well. At least these engines. That's correct, Legalian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jeez, Tessa. Stretch. When was your last save check? Not that long ago. That 16 passed, but I'll do it again. Actually, you know what I want to do? This. Dang, sniper jackals. Take a look, boss. It's not a bad design. I did, and I clicked on it. You just insist on me clicking on stuff when I don't want to. You lose everything if you die in the game. You have to go find your inventory and then you respawn back at the hub. I just, you know, before we switch over to Flame Trench, I want to drive out here a little ways. I want to see something. Oh, the spiders suck, dude. I hate those things. Alright, let's turn around. That's what you. Oh, I know what the lady's like. Man, keep your eyes down range, fingers on the triggers, and we all go home in one piece. Am I right, Marines? Uh-huh. Damn right I am. Man, Master Chief's gonna get in this here tank, drive across this bridge, and kill any anti-human son of a that's gonna get between him and the prophet of regret. Yeehaw! Bro. Oh, sorry. Man, putting the engines and stuff on the back of the ship. Ow. This is fine. Putting the engines and stuff on the back of the ship really helps you put context to what you're looking at, you know? Do you have a Halo book? I have and read Ray. Contact Harvest, Follow Reach, First Strike, and Ghosts of Onyx. All right, well, we got the second ball done. I think next week we'll figure out where the forward reactors are. Yeah, from here it's just starting to fill in where we think everything is. And go from there. Hold one for Flame Trench question. Oh, I don't know where they are. I think they're at my parents' house, man, so go find them. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. That's super freaking cool. Remember, that's a month of work. Can you imagine where we'll be in another? Just past Christmas. Will you shut up and launch your rocket, please, Cirrus? Jeez. All right, guys. So, here's what we're gonna do. Shut that off. This is one of my favorite Halo soundtrack things. All right, I'm gonna take my millions of Pillar of Autumn tabs, put them up there. Is that the Pillar of Autumn? Yes, Fruity, it is. I'm making it in Satisfactory. Pretty cool, huh? All right, so I have to get ready for the Flame Trench pre-show here. And yeah, that means Satisfactory is done for the day. Guys, here's what I think the schedule is going to be for next week. I want to bring back Workers on Monday, Satisfactory Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Derail on Friday. And then after hours throughout the week, who knows? Don't know. Maybe Derail for after hours. Maybe Satisfactory for after hours. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Is that the Flame Trench of the Autumn? Yeah, yes. So I think that's a good, nice blend of different games. And it also basically allocates a good, 20 hours a week to this project, which is fine. That's perfectly good. So yeah, that's going to do it for Satisfactory. Next up is the Flame Trench, which is a weekly podcast that I do for a spaceflight journalism outfit called NASA Spaceflight. It's where we talk about space stuff. I don't know if you could tell, if this is your first time watching the stream, I like space. Yeah. I like space. So, if you're watching on Twitch, just chill. Just stay here. It will be restreamed here. And if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to shut it down because I don't want to double broadcast Flame Trench over on YouTube. And yeah, I will see you then. I will see you in about 30 minutes, give or take, for the Flame Trench. If you're on the YouTube side of things, I hope you have a good weekend. I'll see you on the Flame Trench. If you're on Twitch, just stay here. Still plenty more stream. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you.